Hello, my dear friends. Let me guide you to a magical place, far away from all hardships and struggles. Close your eyes and open your imagination. Chapter 1. A magical journey begins. It was an ordinary afternoon when everything changed. You were sprawled out on your bed, with the window wide open. It was a sunny day. You could hear the birds chirping while flipping through a well-worn book. Named Inexplicable Mysteries Throughout History, the book was full of stories. Some from hundreds of years ago, but also some more recent ones. The first stories went back as far as the times of King Arthur, and the last story in the book was about the collapse of Millennium Bridge 28 years ago. You became very interested in the unknown last July, which is now a bit more than a year ago. It all happened when you went and visited your nephew Josh. You hadn't seen him all year since he started attending a boarding school. But on that day, some weird things happened. You were playing a game of tag with Josh and his little sister Eva. While you were running after Eva, she stumbled over a loose rock and scraped her knees. Josh ran to the sound of his crying sister and got mad at you because he thought you tripped her on purpose, and before you knew, you lay flat on your back, not knowing how you got there. You couldn't even remember Josh coming close enough to shove you over. A moment later, Josh's mom ran outside and told him to come back in. She didn't look very happy and scolded Josh for pushing you over. You followed them into the kitchen, but when you tried to take a seat at the table, you suddenly lay flat on your back again. You could have sworn the chair just moved by its own. It was almost 2 feet to your left now. At that moment, Josh's mom took him by his ear and dragged him out of the kitchen. Not really comprehending what just went down, your curiousness took over. You stood up and put your ear to the door. You know you can't use your magic outside of school grounds. If you use your magic to bully others, maybe it's better we keep you away from there. But Mom, I didn't do it on purpose. It just happened. You couldn't hear the full conversation clearly, but were very intrigued by the parts you did hear. That night, it was the only thing you could think about. At first, you thought you must have misheard them, but that didn't explain how the chair moved, or how Josh could shove you over without coming near. So the first thing you did in the morning was hurry to your local library in search of books that could hold a clue to prove magic is real. One of those books was Inexplicable Mysteries Throughout History. You read it so many times it almost fell apart, and you must have a pretty hefty fee at the library, since you have the book for more than a year already. But forget about the book, you thought a bit nervous. Tomorrow you would visit your nephew Josh again, and were determined to fish for some more information. You slammed the book shut and were just about to go downstairs when suddenly A big brown owl flew gracefully through your window and landed on your desk. You jolted up and jumped out your bed. The owl just stared at you calmly, with an envelope clutched in its beak. The envelope was thick and cream-colored, sealed with a deep red wax stamp bearing an intricate crest. Curiously, you leaned over to take a peek. It said, Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. With trembling fingers, you took the envelope out of its beak, broke the seal, and unfolded the letter. Dear future student, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Term begins on September the 1st. Enclosed, you will find a list of required books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Phileas Flitwick, Deputy Headmaster. You read it again, your mind racing with disbelief and excitement. Hogwarts? You could hardly believe it. The conversation you had overheard was true. You were going to be a wizard. Quickly you ran downstairs, handed the letter to your mom, and started blasting out the story of what happened at Josh's place last summer. You exchanged incredulous glances, the kind that spoke volumes without saying a word. Your mother laid down the letter, her hands trembling slightly as she processed the information. A wizard? Hogwarts? Are you sure this isn't some sort of prank? You nodded emphatically. It's real. Look at the seal. And I heard him talk about magic. This is my chance to learn everything I've been curious about. Your father, still skeptical, raised an eyebrow. Magic, huh? You know how to handle your chores without spells, right? You rolled your eyes, but a smile tugged at your lips. That's not the point. I've been researching this stuff for over a year. This is my opportunity to explore it for real. Your parents exchanged a knowing look again, and your mom finally said, "We will ask Auntie when we visit them tomorrow." That evening, you sat at the kitchen table. The letter spread out before you like a treasure map. The required list of books and equipment lay alongside it, filled with titles that made your heart race with anticipation. You flipped through the parchment, your eyes widening at the mention of wands and poison ingredients. This was it. A whole new world awaited. The following morning, you could hardly contain your excitement as you and your parents made your way to Aunt Clara's house. The car ride felt eternal, your mind racing with visions of enchanted classrooms and magical creatures. You bounced your leg nervously, gripping the letter tightly in your hand. As you entered Aunt Clara's cozy home, the familiar scent of freshly baked cookies wafted through the air, momentarily distracting you from your swirling thoughts. After a quick hug and some cheerful chatter, your mom finally brought up the letter. "Auntie Clara, look what we got." She thrust the envelope toward her. Your heart is pounding. She took the letter with a curious smile, examining it carefully. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw the crest. "This is remarkable. I didn't even entertain the thought Josh wouldn't be the only one in the family." You couldn't help but beam with pride. Now you are sure it is real. Aunt Clara's expression softened. "Magic is often closer than we think, dear." Your mother chimed in. "We want to know if it's safe. Can you give us some more insight?" Aunt Clara nodded thoughtfully. "Hogwarts is a revered institution. It's safe, provided you follow the rules and respect the magic, that is. But the world of wizards can be unpredictable, and you must be ready for surprises." "Surprises?" Your stomach fluttered with both excitement and nerves. "Let's just say Hogwarts has its quirks," Aunt Clara chuckled. "It's not just classes and spells. There's a whole culture, a community of wizards. You'll meet interesting people, some friendly, some not so much." Your father, still a bit skeptical, leaned in. "What about their education?" "Wizards study everything from potion making to flying on broomsticks," Aunt Clara replied. "The experiences are as important as the lessons. Wait, I bought an extra book of a history of Hogwarts. You can have it if you want." You couldn't help but be drawn in by her enthusiasm. "What do I need to do to prepare?" Aunt Clara smiled. "Well, you'll need your supplies, of course. Let's take a look at that list." She laid it out on the kitchen table, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As you all leaned in, you began to read the required items aloud. A wand, cauldron, all kinds of spell books, all sorts of potion ingredients, and if you want, a pet. "A pet?" Your mother raised an eyebrow. "Some wizards have owls, others have cats, rats or toads. They can be quite helpful." Aunt Clara grinned. "However, you can't take measles, because they are too big, which could form a problem if too many students bring one. Or crops, because they require too much attention and can be quite mischievous." You didn't even know what measles or grubs were, but couldn't wait to find out. "Where do you even find all those kinds of things?" your mom asked, flustered. Aunt Clara laughed, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "Ah, that's the fun part. You'll be visiting Diagon Alley, a hidden marketplace where all your magical needs can be met. It's right under your nose in London, but you'll need to know how to get there." Your heart raced at the thought of a secret world bustling with magic. "How do we get to Diagon Alley?" you asked eagerly. "Well," Aunt Clara said, leaning closer, as if sharing a great secret. You'll need to go to the Leaky Cauldron. It's a pub for wizards, and from there you can access Diagon Alley through a hidden entrance. Can we go today? You blurted out, barely able to contain your excitement. Your mom exchanged another glance with Aunt Clara. Let's take a moment to gather our thoughts, she said, her tone more thoughtful now. This is a big step. Trust me, you will want to see it before school starts, Aunt Clara said, her enthusiasm palpable. We need to go back ourselves. Josh needs some new robes since he had a big growth spurt, and he has to get some books for the new school year too. Normally we would go on Friday, but I'm positive Josh wouldn't mind if we go a couple of days sooner. Why don't we go tomorrow and make a day out of it? I can drive you to the city and we can explore together. You could hardly contain your glee. Yes, please. Josh will be back home in a minute. I'm sure he will be excited to know you will be accompanying him to Hogwarts this year. Aunt Clara's words hung in the air, wrapping around you like a warm blanket. Just then, the door swung open, and in walked Josh, his face lighting up with a grin that quickly faded into confusion when he saw you sitting at the kitchen table with your parents and Aunt Clara. Hey, what's going on? He asked, tossing his backpack aside. Guess what? Aunt Clara said cheerfully, holding up the letter. Your cousin is going to Hogwarts too? Josh's eyes widened, and a mix of disbelief washed over him. Wait, really? You got a letter? He turned to you, his expression shifting from surprise to insecurity. You shrugged, trying to play it cool. I can't wait to go to Diagon Alley with you tomorrow. What? Josh exclaimed. But I'm going Friday. I made plans with my friends. I'm not going with you. Aunt Clara frowned lightly. We might be able to make an exception and go a bit earlier. I think it's a great opportunity for the both of you. Josh crossed his arms. But I promised I'd be there. They're going to think I'm ditching them. Before Aunt Clara could respond, your mom raised a hand, a thoughtful look crossing her face. We can wait till Friday. It could be a fun outing. You can introduce your cousin to your friends, and then you can all explore Diagon Alley together. Josh didn't seem to like the idea. A grimace was spreading across his face. We are third years now. They don't want to hang around with a first year. That doesn't matter, Aunt Clara interjected firmly. You will go to Diagon Alley together, whether you like it or not. Besides, this is a special moment for your cousin. It's not every day someone gets their letter to Hogwarts. Josh sighed dramatically, but then looked at you. A flicker of understanding mingling with annoyance, he said. Fine, but if they make fun of you, I'm not responsible. You couldn't help but grin at his half-hearted protest. The thought of exploring Diagon Alley with Josh, even if he was a bit reluctant, made your heart flutter. Now, let's focus on what we need to do next, Aunt Clara said, clapping her hands together. You'll want to read through the list again? and start making a plan. We need to make sure we have everything ready for the big day. As the conversation flowed, you felt a warmth spread through you, knowing that this was just the beginning. With every word spoken about Hogwarts, the adventures that awaited, and the magic that was now yours to discover, you felt a sense of belonging you had never known before. The ordinary afternoon had turned extraordinary, and you couldn't wait for Friday's journey into the magical unknown. Chapter 2: The Leaky Cauldron. It was Friday, very early in the morning, 6 a.m. to be precise. You lay in bed, the anticipation buzzing in your veins like electricity. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a golden glow through your window. But you had been awake for hours, staring at the ceiling and replaying the events of the past few days in your mind. Aunt Clara was set to arrive at 8 a.m. The hours felt like an eternity. You glanced at the clock, willing it to move faster. Thoughts of Diagon Alley filled your imagination, each picture more vivid than the last. Bustling shops lined with colorful signs, wizards and witches milling about, and all sorts of magical items waiting to be discovered. You swung your legs over the side of the bed and hopped up, pacing your room. What would it be like to choose your wand? Or to see all those different magical items? The idea of a hidden world, right under the ordinary one you knew, made your heart race with excitement. The letter from Hogwarts was now tucked safely in your pocket, a tangible reminder that your life was about to change forever. You had spent hours reading through a history of Hogwarts the last few days, but now you would be living it. You couldn't help but think about what classes would be like. Would you be good at potion making? Which spells would you learn first? You peeked out the window, letting your gaze wander to the trees, swaying gently in the morning breeze, their leaves whispering secrets of their own. After standing there for a while, you couldn't handle the anticipation any longer. With a quick decision, you grabbed the book you had been devouring for the last few days, A History of Hogwarts. You flopped back onto your bed, opened it to a familiar page, and let the words wash over you again. As you read about the founding of the school, the legendary figures who walked its halls, and the enchantments that adorned its castle, time seemed to slip away. The whispers of the trees outside mingled with the stories in your mind, creating a symphony of excitement that only fueled your eagerness. You lost track of time, just as you began to envision the Great Hall, its enchanted ceiling reflecting the sky. A distant sound jolted you back to reality. It was your mom. She yelled from downstairs that Aunt Clara's arrival was drawing near. You quickly closed the book, and with a determined sigh, you started to prepare. You rummaged through your things, making sure you had a list of required items. You also took a small backpack Aunt Clara insisted you to bring, to carry whatever treasures you might find. Finally, with the clock ticking ever closer to 8 a.m., you settled at the kitchen table, glancing at the clock again. The anticipation made your stomach flutter. Would there be other first years like you, wide-eyed and eager to learn? As the minutes scrolled by, you couldn't help but daydream about the adventures that awaited. At last, you hear the sound of tires entering your gravel driveway. Quickly, you rush to the window and see a familiar car. Aunt Clara stepped out, her excitement palpable even from a distance. You dash to the door, flinging it wide open. "Are you ready?" you shouted, practically bouncing on your toes. Aunt Clara beamed at you, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Absolutely. Let's go make some magic." You stepped out in the fresh morning air, the world around you bursting with possibilities. Your mom followed after you. Father had to work, unfortunately. He can't just ask for time off, since he works under the Deputy Prime Minister. You took a seat in the back of the car. In the middle sits Eva. Next to her is Josh, who still doesn't look amused that he has to take you with him. But that doesn't really matter to you. Today, nothing can bring you down. You see Aunt Clara type Charing Cross Road into the navigation system. And then you were finally on your way to the Leaky Cauldron. The car hummed steadily along the winding roads, and you felt the rush of acceleration as you gazed out the window. The scenery shifted from the familiar streets of your neighborhood to broader roads, flanked by trees that whizzed by in a blur of green. With each passing moment, the anticipation in your chest grew heavier. Aunt Clara's excited chatter filled the car, her voice punctuated by the occasional laugh. "Can you believe we're finally going to Diagon Alley? You're going to love it. There's a shop for everything. Wand shops, broomstick stores, you name it." Her enthusiasm was infectious, and you couldn't help but grin back at her. Eva, who was seated next to you, was busy reading a comic book, only occasionally looking up to roll her eyes at Josh's unimpressed demeanor. He slouched in the middle, arms crossed, clearly less excited about the journey. But none of that mattered to you. You were lost in thoughts of what lay ahead. As the car turned onto Charing Cross Road, the buzz of the city enveloped you. The hustle and bustle of pedestrians and the distant sound of a street performer filled the air. You could feel the energy of London, a city alive with stories and secrets. It felt like a perfect backdrop for the adventure you were about to embark on. Aunt Clara parked the car. You all got out and continued the trip to the Leaky Cauldron on foot. You walked through Charing Cross Road, scanning the storefronts, when Aunt Clara pointed excitedly. There it is! You turned your gaze to a nondescript building, tucked between a bookshop and a cafe. The sign above the door read, "The Leaky Cauldron," in faded letters. It looked ordinary enough, but something about it sent a thrill down your spine. This was the gateway to everything you've been dreaming about. You started to walk to the door when you noticed your mom stopped moving. "Is this old broken down shop it?" she said loud. "You must be joking me." At first, you didn't really understand. The pub looked a bit on the older side, but was far from broken down. Quickly after, you thought about something you read in the history of Hogwarts. The castle of Hogwarts appears as abandoned ruins to any muggle close enough to see. You figure this must follow the same concept. Aunt Clara took your mom's hand, leading her towards the door. Eva and Josh trailed behind. Josh still was wearing that skeptical expression. Aunt Clara pushed the door open, and the bell above jingled softly, announcing your arrival. The dim light inside contrasted sharply with the bright London day outside, and the smell of something warm and comforting wafted towards you. It already felt like stepping into a different world altogether. You stepped inside with wide eyes, taking in the mismatched furniture, the warm wooden bar, and scattered about wizards and witches of all kinds, their conversations blending into a harmonious murmur. "Welcome to the magical world," Aunt Clara declared, and as she spoke those words, you felt the weight of your ordinary life begin to lift. The inside of the Leaky Cauldron was a marvel, so expansive and vibrant that you could hardly believe it all fit within the ordinary looking building you'd seen from the street. You stepped further inside, your senses tingling with wonder as you absorbed the scene around you. The dim light created a cozy atmosphere, while the hum of chatter filled the air, blending with the sound of clinking glasses and laughter. But there was no time to ponder the size of this magical space, as your attention was immediately drawn to the astonishing sights unfolding before you. At a table near to the door, two wizards were engaged in a game of chess. Not just any chess, the pieces, each intricately carved and alive with personality, moved of their own accord. A knight galloped forward, its tiny steed reared, while a rook puffed up in defiance, ready to defend its territory. Your gaze darted to the walls, where posters hung like vibrant paintings. But these weren't mere decorations. They shimmered and shifted, capturing your attention as they brought their subjects to life. One poster featured a man at a bar, desperately trying to snag a large pint from the hands of a bartender, who was fervently trying to show you the label that read Butterbeer. The scene was so animated, you could almost hear the man's frustrated mumbling and the bartender's earnest insistence. As you stood there, your eyes wide with astonishment, a broom glided past you, sweeping the floor without a soul to guide it. It moved with a cheerful diligence, collecting dust as if it were on a mission. You couldn't help but chuckle. The mundane had taken a backseat to the marvelous. A little further in the room, you noticed a flower pot suspended from the ceiling. The flower within glowed softly, casting a warm, ethereal light that danced across the room. It seemed to sway gently, as if it were singing a lullaby to the patrons below. You took a moment to soak it all in, the wonders of this hidden world washing over you like a tidal wave. The whispers of magic filled the air, beckoning you closer to the adventures that lay ahead. Your heart raced with excitement, and you could hardly contain your eagerness. "Come on," Aunt Clara called, pulling you from your reverie. "We're heading to Diagon Alley." With a determined nod, you followed her lead, ready to step fully in the magical adventure that had only just begun. The Leaky Cauldron was just the beginning, and your dreams were waiting just beyond its walls. Aunt Clara led the way through the pub, excitement radiating off her. You followed closely, your heart pounding as you stepped through the heavy wooden door at the back. What lay beyond was unexpected. A small walled courtyard that felt oddly secluded from the bustling streets of London. In the center of the courtyard stood a lone trash can. But what truly captured your attention was a peculiar man nearby. He wore a silk vest and a flamboyant tie. His pink swim shorts were a stark contrast to the more traditional wizarding attire you had imagined. To complete the ensemble, he sported knee-high socks that seemed to defy all fashion norms. "Is this Diagon Alley?" your mom asked, confusion etched across her face as she glanced from the man to Aunt Clara, her eyebrows raised in disbelief. But before anyone could respond, the man noticed your group and smiled brightly, as if your presence was the most delightful surprise. With a flourish, he reached into his pocket and took out a wand that sparkled with enchantments. You saw him tap it against a few bricks in the wall surrounding the courtyard. Suddenly, the bricks began to shift and move, creating a rhythmic sound like the clacking of horseshoes on the ground. You watched in awe as a hole formed, growing wider and wider until it transformed into a large archway. The anticipation in your chest surged as you realized that this was the entrance to the magical world you had only read about. Beyond the archway lay a cobblestone road, its surface gleaming as if it had just been polished. The air was filled with a symphony of sounds, laughter, the clinking of coins, and the faint zooming of some weird objects in a shop nearby. As you stepped through the archway, you could see shops lining the street, their colorful signs swinging gently in the breeze, beckoning you to explore. Aunt Clara beamed with pride. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," she exclaimed. You took a deep breath, your senses igniting with wonder. This was it, the start of your adventure. The man in the swim shorts tipped his head to you with a wink, and you stepped through the archway, ready to embrace the magic that awaited. The first step you took on the cobblestone felt like a leap into the extraordinary, a place where your dreams were about to unfold. The possibilities were endless, and you couldn't wait to see what lay ahead. Chapter 3: Diagon Alley. As you ventured deeper into Diagon Alley, vibrant colors swirled around you, painting the sky in hues you had never imagined. Each cobblestone seemed to hum with stories, beckoning you to delve into the mysteries that awaited at every turn. Brightly colored shop fronts, each adorned with intricate signs, cried for your attention. While walking, you curiously glanced around, your senses heightened by the enchanting atmosphere. To your left, a shop stood out with its light blue facade, a cheerful contrast to its bright purple door. Above, the building boasted 2 balconies that jutted over the cobbled street, each painted in the same vivid purple as the door, creating a whimsical symmetry. In the shop window, an array of scarves hung, fluttering slightly, even though there wasn't a breeze. They came in all sizes and colors, some plain, others embellished with names and vibrant patterns. One scarf in particular caught your eye, an orange one, emblazoned with the words "Shutly Cannons." At the end of the scarf, a playful cannon was depicted, shooting a moving cannonball that zipped back and forth, almost as if inviting you to join in on the fun. The lively scene stirred something within you, pulling you closer to the shop. As you stood captivated by the enchanting scarves, you felt a gentle tug on your arm. Turning around, you saw Aunt Clara. Her warm smile was a familiar anchor in the sea of wonder. "Come on, dear," she said, her voice a blend of excitement and practicality. "You can admire the scarves later. We need to head to Gringotts first. Wizards use a whole different currency than we do, and we can't shop until we exchange our money." You nodded, reluctant to tear your gaze away from the playful cannon on the scarf. "But Auntie, look at this one." "I know it's lovely, but I promise you'll have time to explore Diagon Alley later," she said, gently steering you towards the bank. "Gringotts is just around the corner, and once we have our wizarding money, the fun can really begin." Just a bit further to the right, another shop caught your eyes. This one painted in a soft light pink. Its window was a delightful display of all sorts of different bottles, brooms and towels, each glimmering with magical potential. Above the vibrant scene, an advertisement poster proudly proclaimed, "Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover. Now only one sickle." You couldn't really stand still to take it all in, as Aunt Clara continued to guide you onward. On the way to the bank, you passed all sorts of people. You passed a little old man with a velvet red hat. He wore a black robe that floated about an inch above his ankles. In one hand, he held a newspaper titled "The Daily Prophet," while in the other was a clear bag filled with animal-shaped cookies that seemed to be jumping up and down, hoping to escape the bag. A bit further, you spotted a little boy opening a box, frantically swinging his arms around, trying to catch the chocolate frog that had just leapt out. His parents let out a loving laugh, adding to the joyful atmosphere that surrounded you. You lifted your gaze from the lively scene, and your eyes landed on the majestic building of Gringotts Bank looming ahead. Gringotts was an architectural marvel, towering above the other shops with its gleaming white marble facade. The building was adorned with intricate carvings. Above the heavy bronze door, an enormous inscription read, "Gringotts Wizarding Bank," its letters glimmering in the ambient light as if infused with a touch of magic themselves. Two small cunning creatures, around 4 feet tall, flanked the entrance. Their expressions seemed serious and alert. They had long fingers, pointed ears, and sharp features, giving them a somewhat sinister appearance. You look at them a bit shocked. Quickly, you turn to your nephew Josh, who was following the group in complete silence all this time. He seemed to be looking around quite nervously. You couldn't help but notice. But letting your curiousness take over, you ask him, "What are those?" Josh gave you a quick glance and said, "Goblins." His eyes went back to scanning the area a bit paranoid directly after. Seeing on your face you needed more information, Aunt Clara started to explain. "Goblins," Aunt Clara continued, her tone a mix of reverence and caution, "are the ones who manage Gringotts. They're brilliant at handling money and precious treasures, but they're also quite shrewd. It's best to treat them with respect, or they might not be so keen to help you." You nodded, absorbing her words, but the goblin's sharp features and intense gazes sent a shiver down your spine. You turned your attention back to the grand entrance of Gringotts, where the goblins stood vigilant, their eyes flickering around as if they were reading the intentions of every passerby. You stepped closer to the bronze doors. You felt a sense of awe wash over you. The intricate carvings told stories of wizards from ages past, battles fought, and treasures hidden deep within the bank's folds. A small thrill of adventure surged in your heart. This was a place of magic, mystery, and untold riches. Aunt Clara led the way through the entrance, and the heavy doors swung open with a resonant creak. Inside the bank, it was a hive of activity. Some goblins looked concentrated while counting stacks of glittering coins. Some were managing ledgers, and others were guiding witches and wizards to their vaults. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the sound of clinking coins and hushed conversations. "Stay close," Aunt Clara urged, and you felt a tug of excitement as you stepped further into the bustling bank. The marble floors gleamed under the golden light of ornate chandeliers, and the air was filled with a scent that smelled both old and comforting, like aged parchment and the promise of adventure. As you approached the main counter, a goblin with a particularly sharp suit and even sharper features looked up from his work. "What can I do for you?" he asked in a clipped tone, his eyes narrowing as he sized you up. Aunt Clara cleared her throat. "We'd like to exchange some money, please." The goblin nodded curtly and gestured to place the money on the counter. You felt a thrill as your mom slid the crumpled bills forward, watching as the goblin expertly counted and calculated with astonishing speed. "Wait here," he said, disappearing into a back room. You could barely contain your excitement your gaze wandering back to the bustling scene around you. "Look at that," you pointed, catching sight of a group of children eagerly peering through a nearby door that was opened just enough for curious eyes to catch a glimpse inside. You saw countless little minecarts zooming around on various rails, leading to many, many different doors, each promising its own ultimate adventure. Josh, still slightly on edge, leaned closer. "Did you know they say the goblins have secret vaults, full of the most powerful magical artifacts?" he whispered, his eyes wide with intrigue. With your own curiosity piqued even further, you said, "I wonder what's in there," imagining all the possibilities. You turned to Aunt Clara and asked if you could go in there. She explained that only adult wizards have their own vaults, and since she and your mom are muggles, they don't have one. "But," she said smiling, "one day you will own your very own vault at Gringotts." Just then the goblin returned, his hands full of shimmering coins. He slid the pile of coins across the counter towards Aunt Clara, who smiled warmly. "Thank you," she said friendly. You watched as Aunt Clara took the coins, each one a little piece of magic, ready to be spent in the wondrous shops of Diagon Alley. The coins glimmered in the dim light, their surfaces reflecting colors like tiny rainbows. Once outside, the bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley enveloped you again. Excitement bubbled within you, and you couldn't wait to explore. Aunt Clara kneeled down to your level, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Now, let me explain what we have here," she said, carefully sorting the coins in her hands. "These shiny gold coins are gold galleons," she explained, holding one up to the light. "They're the most valuable. Then we have these silver ones, gold sickles," she continued, pointing to a smaller coin with an intricate shape. "And finally, these bronze ones are knuts. It takes a lot of them to make a galleon." You nodded, trying to remember the names. "Now, let's divide these up," Aunt Clara said, her fingers deftly separating the coins into 4 piles. "One for you, one for Josh, one for me, and one for your mom," she said cheerfully. With a twinkle in her eye, she handed you your coins, and you felt a thrill of ownership. You could already picture all the magical things you could buy. Aunt Clara smiled at you and Josh. "Remember, don't just buy everything you can find. Focus on the things on your list first." With coins jingling in your pocket, you felt ready to dive in the heart of Diagon Alley. "All right, here's the plan," Aunt Clara then said, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "Josh, why don't you help our little adventurer pick out his ropes and a wand? You already know where to find those." Josh nodded reluctantly, his eyes still nervously hopping from left to right. Aunt Clara turned to you and smiled. While the two of you are off, Eva, your mom, and I will head to Flourish and Bloods for your school box. It's a bit of treasure hunt in there, but I'm sure we will find every book you need for your first year at Hogwarts. You felt a little flutter of nerves, mixed with excitement. The thought of getting your wand was almost too much to bear. Let's meet back here, Aunt Clara said, pointing to a colorful sign across the street that read Diagon Alley's Ice Cream Parlor in honor of Florian Fortescue. How does 3 p.m. sound? Perfect, you said happily, already imagining the sweet taste of ice cream after a busy day of shopping. Remember to stick to the list, Aunt Clara reminded you again, her eyes sparkling with warmth. With that, she took Eva's hand and started off towards Flourish and Bloods, leaving you and Josh to embark on your own adventure. With them disappearing into the bustling crowds, you turned to Josh. Eager to get moving yourself, you asked, "So, where do we need to go now?" He glanced around nervously before replying, "We need to hurry to Madame Hawkins to get your robes. I made plans with my friends in less than an hour." "An hour?" you yelled. "But I also need to get my wand after. Can we really do all that in only an hour?" "Just hurry," Josh replied, annoyed. Not wanting to make Josh more upset, and very eager to get moving yourself, you nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." You both started weaving through the lively streets of Diagon Alley, anticipation building with each step. With a sense of purpose, you and Josh made your way down the cobbled street, the sights and sounds of Diagon Alley buzzing all around you, the shops still bursting with magical items, robes of every color, pocket watches that seemed to hum with energy, and enchanted trinkets that danced in their displays. You set your way to the robe shop. As you approached the shop with shimmering robes hanging in the window, you felt a surge of excitement. "There it is," Josh exclaimed, and together you stepped towards the door, ready to find the perfect robes for the big adventure that awaits you at Hogwarts. Chapter 4: Ollivanders. As you stood before the door of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, the elegant sign swayed gently in the warm breeze, catching the light in a way that made the letters seem to change color. A thrill ran through you as you exchanged a glance with Josh. "Get in," he said, with urgency bubbling in his voice. You nodded and pushed the door open. The familiar chime of a small bell announcing your arrival. Inside, the shop was a treasure trove of fabric and color. Rolls of shimmering silk, Velvet and other enchanting materials lined the walls, while half-finished ropes hung from the ceiling, fluttering slightly as if alive. A soft glow emanated from the magical lanterns, casting a warm light that made the place feel cozy. "Welcome." Madame Malkin's cheerful voice greeted you from the back of the store, where she was busy adjusting a rope on another boy. Her curly hair bounced as she turned, and her bright eyes sparkled with the wisdom of someone who had been in business for ages. "First time at Hogwarts, I see. Come in, come in." You wasted no time and headed straight for a display full of richly colored robes. "Look at these. I can already picture myself in the emerald green one," you exclaimed, holding up a robe that glimmered like a forest in sunlight. "It would suit you," Madame Malkin agreed, chuckling at the enthusiasm radiating from you. "But I don't think they will be happy at Hogwarts if you wear anything other than the black ones on your list," she added friendly. Then your attention was drawn to a nearby rack that was adorned with robes that looked like they had been woven from starlight. Deep blues and purples that seemed to swirl and shimmer. "Take a look around. I'll be with you as soon as I'm finished with him," she said, pointing to the boy in the back, wearing a robe that was at minimum 10 inches too long. You strolled around the shop for a while, until you reached the back of the store, where the boy that Madame Malkin was helping stood. As you turned to face the boy, you noticed a friendly smile spread across his face. "Hi, I'm Scott," he said, his voice warm and inviting. "Are you a first year too?" "Yeah, I am. I'm so excited," you replied, feeling a rush of camaraderie. "Same here. My sister's already in her 5th year though," he shared, his eyes lighting up with pride. "She was chosen to be a prefect at Hufflepuff, you know." "That's awesome," you exclaimed, intrigued. "What's she like?" Scott shrugged with a grin. "She's the best, always looking out for me, even when she's busy with her own stuff. It's a little intimidating sometimes though." You both shared a laugh, and the conversation flowed easily between you, as if you known each other for years. Just then, Madame Malkin called out, "All right, it's your turn now." Scott hung back, curious eyes fixed on you, as Madame Malkin helped you try on the robe. "You look great in that," he encouraged, and you couldn't help but smile back at him. After a few adjustments, you stepped in front of the mirror. "I love it. I take it," you declared. "Perfect," Madame Malkin said, beaming. As she wrapped up your purchase, Josh reappeared, a flurry of unease surrounding him. "You know, if Scott's sister already at Hogwarts, he's probably been to Diagon Alley before. He can help you get your wand." "Yeah,
I can show you, Scott chimed in, his enthusiasm infectious.
Josh didn't even await an answer before darting off to find his friends. A bit baffled by Josh leaving you there all of a sudden, but also happy you could spend some more time with your new friend, you stepped out of the shop. Scott glanced at you. I was actually planning to meet my sister at Ollivander's at 2 p.m, since I need to get my wand too, he said. But I can go with you now. She'll find me there anyway. Sounds great, you replied, the prospect of getting your wand making your heart race. As you made your way to the bustling street, you spot Josh in the distance. He is surrounded by a group of at least 8. Wow, you thought. I didn't know Josh was so popular. At home, he always seemed a bit of a loner. You smiled slightly, being happy for your nephew, when all of a sudden, it looked like one of the people surrounding him shoved him forcefully into a different alleyway. A bit shocked, your mind started racing. Is he in trouble? Does he need my help? But rather quickly, you decided on leaving it alone. For one, his friends seemed much older and stronger than you are. And secondly, Josh was calling them his friends all day long, so it probably was just some friendly banter. That, added up with the fact that it didn't seem Josh wanted to introduce you to his friends anyway, was enough for you to not act on what you just saw. Scott looked over at you. So what's up with your friend Josh? He also saw what happened and seemed a bit concerned. He's my nephew. It's probably just some banter with his friends, you replied, trying to relieve Scott from his concern. He looked quite uneasy at Madame Malkin's. He kept peeking out the window as if he didn't want to get found, Scott then said. You shrugged, trying to find the right words. He's been acting weird all week, since he found out I'm going to Hogwarts. I don't really get it. Maybe he is jealous that he's not the only wizard in the family anymore, Scott suggested, his tone light but thoughtful. You nodded, pondering it. He's 2 years older, but we've always had a good connection. He's always been there for me. I feel like maybe there's something else going on. Oh, Scott said. So, he's going to his 3rd year already? What house is he in? He got into Slytherin, you answered. When you said that, the expression of concern grew again on Scott's face. He had heard from his sister that after the big war years ago, all the houses came together in complete unity. But a year of 10 ago, something shifted, and after some weird things happened, the 3 other houses distanced themselves from Slytherin House again. However, Scott chose to keep that info for himself. He hoped your nephew wasn't entangled in something bad, and since all he heard was just hearsay, he didn't want to concern you with it. As you approached Ollivander's, the excitement of getting a wand overshadowed the worries you both had about Josh. The shop's facade drew you in. The sign above the door
red Ollivanders, fine wand makers since 382 BC, in elegant gold lettering, the paint slightly chipped, but still striking against the dark wood. The windows were adorned with displays of shimmering wands, each one seemingly unique, full with the promise of magic. Pushing open the heavy door, you were greeted by the soft chime of a bell. The interior was dimly lit, filled with the warm glow of candlelight. Shelves upon shelves of wand boxes lined the walls, stretching up to the ceiling, creating an intimate and slightly mysterious atmosphere. Dust danced to the air, illuminated by the flickering light. By the counter stood a boy anxiously tapping his fingers. His gaze flicked around the room, taking in the array of wands and anticipation in the air. He looked up as you entered, offering a tentative smile. Moments later, the bell chimed again, and a girl rushed in, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She had curly hair that bounced as she moved, and her eyes sparkled with a mix of eagerness and nervousness. At almost the same moment, from the back of the shop, a figure emerged. An elderly man with curly white hair who wore a long, faded robe. His eyes were sharp and perceptive, as if he could see straight into the heart of those who entered his domain. "Welcome," he said with a warm smile, his voice smooth and inviting. "I am Garrick Ollivander. It's my pleasure to assist you today." He turned his attention to the boy at the counter. "And you are?" "Avery," the boy replied, trying to mask his nerves. "Ah, Avery, a fine name indeed." Ollivander nodded thoughtfully, his eyes twinkling. "What brings you here today?" "I need a wand," Avery said, his voice steadier now. "Of course, the wand chooses the wizard, you know." Scott nudged you, his excitement evident. "This is it. This is the moment we've been waiting for." The air felt charged, as if magic itself lingered just beyond your reach. You exchanged glances with Scott, both of you aware that your turn was coming soon. Avery stepped forward, the anticipation evident in his posture. Ollivander took a good look at him, muttering, before disappearing to the back of the store. When he reappeared, he was carrying a ladder and positioned it in front of the west wall, where thousands of boxes were neatly stacked. Climbing up, he shuffled the black box out of the pile. 10 3/4 inches, ashwood, gore of troll whiskers, absolutely unyielding, he declared, handing the wand to Avery. But even before Avery could give it a wave, a thick string of fire erupted from the tip. "No, no, no, definitely not," Ollivander exclaimed, hastily snatching the wand back. Avery looked a bit shocked, but steadied himself. Ollivander returned quickly with another wand. 9.5 inches, hawthorn wood, gore of dragon heartstring, rather springy, he said. Avery nervously took the wand and gave it a cautious flick. To his relief, the wand lit up brilliantly. "Very impressive," Ollivander remarked, a smile creeping onto his face. You could see a weight lift off Avery's shoulders. "Who is next?" he then asked. You and Scott glanced at each other, and as if you already understood each other without words, you pointed to the girl who was slightly hopping up and down, full of expectation. She smiled at the two of you and stepped forward. "And who might you be?" Ollivander asked. "I'm Lauren. I also need a wand," she replied, her eyes sparkling. "I hope so, young miss. It's all I have," Ollivander answered jokingly, with twinkling eyes. "Let's see." He wandered around the store, his fingers brushing against the wand boxes, searching for the perfect match. "Maybe this one." He picked up a dark blue box lying in one of the smaller piles and handed it to Lauren. 11 inches, birch wood, gore of kelpie hair, and quite rigid. Lauren looked at the wand, a big smile spreading across her face. She seemed more confident now than she had been before she touched the wand. "Come on, give it a wave," Ollivander encouraged. With a determined glint in her eye, she waved the wand high above her head. It released a cascade of purple and pink smoke that danced around the room, filling the air with the sweet scent of flowers. "Quite a good fit, it seems," Ollivander said, his smile widening as he observed the display of magic. Lauren beamed, her confidence glowing as brightly as the wand in her hand. It felt as if the room buzzed with potential, and you couldn't wait for your turn. As Lauren stepped back, still radiant from her successful wand selection, you felt a mix of anticipation and nerves wash over you. Scott gave you an encouraging nod. You took a deep breath, stepping forward. Ollivander's eyes twinkled, and he moved with grace to the shelves, his fingers trailing along the boxes as if they were old friends. As he walked away, you glanced at Scott, who beamed back at you, his excitement infectious. You felt the air around you pulse with magic, like a heartbeat that quickened with each passing moment. Ollivander returned shortly, holding a slender box with an intricate design etched into the wood. "Let's start with this one," he said, presenting it to you. 10 inches, willow wood, with a core of phoenix feather, flexible but with a strong sense of loyalty. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, you took the box, opened it, and pulled the wand out. But when you gave it a gentle flick, nothing happened. You could feel Ollivander's eyes on you, assessing. A sense of panic ran over you. When Avery got the wrong wand, it at least did something. But this wand did absolutely nothing. Did they make a mistake sending the letter? You thought, while the panic you felt spreaded quickly. Ollivander mused, taking back the wand. Not quite the right fit, I see. He moved back, searching through the shelves once more. Your heart raced. You could hear your own breathing, a soft echo in the stillness of the shop. It was almost as if the walls were leaning in. Ollivander returned with another wand, this one slightly thicker, 8.5 inches, maple wood with a core of unicorn hair. Quite a powerful wand this is. You took the wand and tried again, feeling a wave of hope. As you flicked it, a burst of silvery light shot out, only to fizzle out before it could truly impress. A soft sigh escaped your lips as Ollivander looked thoughtful once more. Not quite, he said, his tone encouraging rather than disheartening. Don't worry, we'll find the right one. He moved once more to the shelves, pulling down box after box, each time examining its contents and shaking his head. After what felt like an eternity, he returned with a new wand, this one adorned with a delicate fine pattern. Ah, this one is special, he declared. It's very rare for a wand to accept this type of core. It took me over 50 times before I even managed to make one. 12 inches, fine wood, core of demiguy's hair, known for its ability to enchant the user's intuition. You could sense something different about this wand as you held it. The moment it touched your palm, a jolt of energy surged through you, as if the wand had been waiting just for you. You raised it instinctively, and without even trying, it released a shimmering stream of golden light that spiraled and twirled through the air like a dancer. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, that's it. A perfect match indeed. His enthusiasm was infectious, and you couldn't help but grin, feeling a weight lift off your shoulders. Thank you, you whispered, the wand feeling like an extension of yourself. As you stepped back, your heart swelled with newfound confidence. You joined Lauren and Avery, the three of you, now united by the magic of your wands. Scott was next, and you exchanged excited looks. Now, let's find a wand for you, my young friend, Ollivander said, his voice warm and reassuring. Scott stood straighter, excitement flickering in his eyes. Ollivander moved purposefully to a shelf lined with wands, his fingers dancing over the wood, as if sensing their energy. He finally pulled down a slender box and turned back to Scott. 12 inches, bare wood, with a core of phoenix feather, pretty stiff. but with great potential for powerful magic. Scott took the box eagerly and opened it with a grin spreading across his face. As he pulled the wand from its casing, a chime sounded, and the bell above the door jingled again. An older girl stepped inside, her presence commanding the attention of everyone in the shop. At that moment, Scott couldn't contain his enthusiasm. He raised the wand and began to swing it around playfully. "Look at this!" he exclaimed, twirling the wand in the air. But his excitement proved to be a bit too much. With a sudden whoosh, a nearby jar of ink toppled from the desk, exploding everywhere and splattering dark blue ink all over his face. The room felt silent, and you couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Oh dear!" Ollivander exclaimed, his eyes wide. "There you!" With a swift flick of his own wand, all the ink vanished in an instant, leaving Scott blinking in shock. He took the wand back from Scott's hand, shaking his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just then, the older girl chuckled and said, "That's how I know my brother." Scott's cheeks flushed a deep red as he shifted his gaze to the floor. Ollivander, ever the professional, simply smiled before turning to the shelves once more, searching for another wand. After a moment, he returned with a wand from the pile next to the counter. 10 1/3 inches, oak wood, with a core of kneesel whiskers, just a little brittle. He handed it to Scott, who took a deep breath and focused, a more serious look setting on his face. This time, when Scott flicked the wand, it was with caution. But to everyone's surprise, Avery's pants suddenly dropped to his ankles with a comical thud. The shop erupted in laughter, and Avery, blushing furiously, tried to pull them back up. "Not the right one either," Ollivander mused, with a twinkle of playfulness in his eyes. "I wonder," he mumbled, retreating to the back of the shop again. When he returned, he placed an old dusty yellow box on the counter. "The last one I have from my younger days," he said, his tone almost nostalgic. "I don't use this type of core anymore. They tend to be quite temperamental, but perhaps your temperament will work well with it." He opened the box, which revealed a rather long wand. 15 inches, mahogany wood, and a core of Fila hair, fairly flexible. Scott picked the wand up carefully, eyeing it with curiosity. With a tentative flick, he gasped as a beautiful bouquet of flowers burst forth from the tip, blooming vibrantly in the air, before cascading down like confetti. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with delight as he watched Scott wield the mahogany wand, the bouquet of flowers shimmering in the air like a celebration of newfound magic. He beamed. "Ah yes, now that's a match. I must say, it's not every day I find homes for 2 rare wands in one sitting. I am simply delighted. I can only imagine the wonders that await you both. You felt a swell of excitement, the energy in the shop almost palpable, as you exchanged grins with Scott. As your excitement bubbled over, you glanced at your watch, only to realize you had just 2 minutes to reach the ice cream parlor. "Oh no, I'm going to be late," you exclaimed, glancing at Scott. "Can you remind me the way back?" Without hesitation, Scott called out to his sister, who was still near the entrance. "Millie, what's the fastest way to Diagon Alley's ice cream parlor?" She turned to you, her smile brightening the room. "It's just a few blocks down from here. We'd be happy to walk with you." Relief washed over you, and you nodded gratefully. "Thanks, I really appreciate it." As you stepped out of Ollivander's shop, the sun spilled over the street, illuminating the path ahead. You turned to Lauren and Avery, who were still lingering by the door, their faces alight with excitement, and said your goodbyes. "It was great to share this with you. I hope to see you both again at the Hogwarts Express," Scott added, his voice full of optimism. "Definitely," Lauren replied, and Avery nodded enthusiastically. You and Scott, along with his sister, set off towards the ice cream parlor, the thrill of your wands still buzzing in the air around you. As you walked, laughter and light-hearted chatter filled the space, the promise of adventure lingering just ahead. The world felt a little brighter, and you couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning of something truly magical.